So Amtrak fan, we do have Lufthansa, but it is not the A330. Again, if you guys were just checking out the beginning shots of the show there, you know that we are not in RDU. So there's only about 4 of you guys that are watching the show. That's what we were worried about here, starting so early. But we got all of the planes this afternoon. So good. Sorry, I have a little bit of an issue there behind the scenes here. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you guys are ready for this. Hopefully the sounds of around the airport don't give away our location. But we do have a Lufthansa about to be on final here. So give us just a minute. We got that arrival here in just a minute. You guys keep on guessing. You guys, we'll give it away here in just a little bit. Let more of you guys show up. Our first plane of the show should give away our location. Again, we have already had one. We have had already one plane on the show here already this afternoon. So let me make sure I turn that down. There is a little bit of an echo. I'm getting that from our staff behind the scenes. So there you go. Give us just, it says, I don't know, it says 4 minutes, but I feel like it's a lot closer. But it is a Lufty. Ooh, should I go ahead and give it away, wait for Lufthansa, or should we give it away? I think we give it away.
We should.
That beautiful 777 for Korean, and you guys are correct. We are in Washington Dulles. Going to be here today and tomorrow. We do have an A340 Lufthansa on final here for center, so we're going to be looking at right and center, or left and center, excuse me. So there you guys go. So, being that this is a new airport, we may run into interruptions like we're having now. It keeps going up and down. So, bear with us here. We're trying to run as high of quality as possible for you guys. We've got about 3 different internet sources today, so if anything goes wrong, we can switch out internet sources. Let me go ahead and make one quick adjustment to get it to stop doing that here. Again, it's been a really long time since we've been to Dulles. We've only ever done one live show here at Dulles. So, in order to make the show happen, we have no idea what's going on. So this is a small growing pain here. Can't see any of your messages. OBS is acting up here, so just give us a minute here. Oh, it is. It's coming in on the left side. There we go. Get that out of the way so I can see what's happening here. We do have a United 737 headed over to their hangar. If you guys don't know anything about IAD, this is one of United's hubs. So we'll see a lot of United action here this afternoon. We're going to Hopefully this evening we'll catch a couple of A380s between Lufthansa and British Airways. Probably end on that British Airways at 8:30. We also have Lufthansa, I believe, in the 747-8 in the Queen later this afternoon. So we're going to give you guys all of the international flights. Let's go back to that. Let's go over here to our Lufty, our A340. This A340 coming in from Frankfurt. 8 hours and 35 minutes of flight time for the Lufty. And we do have a vehicle in the way, of course. Because our 737 out to the this being a MAX 737 there, headed over to the hangar. So we've really got to be on point with our flight radar this afternoon. Our next arrival is going to be United 947 coming in from Amsterdam. That's going to be a 767-300. That'll be our next arrival. That one's going to follow in Lufthansa. We did have Brussels land here on center. Looks like Korean's ready to go. So we'll swing out here for the departure of Korean. If you see anything odd on the stream, spam the chat with "stop the show." I don't know that we'll get any copyrights. I do hear some music down there. Our Korean 777. Korean headed it to Seoul, South Korea, I believe. Now we got our United 767 over here. So that was Korean Air 094 that is headed it back to Seoul, South Korea. Here comes United from Amsterdam on that 767-300. Yeah, Lynn, it is near Maryland, Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. So we've had our first 2 international flights, Brussels and Lufthansa. Again, this one coming in from Amsterdam, the United 767-300. Looks like we got Avianca. Ooh, we got some Turkish Airlines headed out for their departure. Looks like a Dreamliner here for Turkish. Check out the wing flex. So I apologize, when we're doing the shots here of departures as well as the terminal shots, I am turned away from the computer. So if you have any questions and I missed your question, please do not hesitate to ask again. I can try to maneuver around. Dang, to Cabo. I'd like to go to Cabo. Oh, nice. And we do have Miss Ramona hanging out with us, showing us her new monitor she's got for her setup. Here we go. I want to go ahead and discuss these things. The little people mover, the luxury 4-wheel drive, big people mover things. It moves the folks from terminal to terminal. So Turkish, they're going back to Istanbul. That is a 787-9 Dreamliner. That A340 finally making their way to the gates. All right, let's see. Who do we got? We got Avianca. That's going to be our next arrival. That's coming in from Bogota, Colombia. That A320-200. Here in just a moment. Man, if I could go to Cabo, that would be fantastic. Our Avianca's out there somewhere. I lose it when I'm trying to look at it through the camera here. We also have a little airline. Again, we got Aviation. That A320, this one coming in from Bogota, Colombia. Hopefully we don't have to deal with this all day. So we don't want to get any copyright claims on this show. Cable's not long enough. So I want to thank you guys for yesterday, hanging in there, watching the show, watching the fireworks last night. Hope you guys enjoyed our second annual 4th of July special there from RDU. Alright, so we got to be mindful of Turkish here. Turkish almost to the end. Next arrival, big arrival. Who do we have right here? Who's this? We got Wheels Up Aviation going to land center here. We've got a United, it looks like. Hold on. Trying to see which way we need to turn the camera here. I don't know if Turkish is ready. We do have United 749 coming in from Geneva up next. Our next arrival. Turkish turning out there onto the end of runway 31 or 30. Can't remember if it's 31 or 30. So Turkish to Istanbul is going to be our next departure here on this side. There she goes, our 787 Dreamliner -9. Do have a couple of special liveries today, I believe. I think Qatar is one of them. Miss Ramona had the jet tip for us. Beautiful wing flex out of that 787. Wheels up for that Dreamliner. Here comes our 767-300 again from Geneva. It is. We are in Garage 2 here at Washington Dulles. So we're on the north end of the parking garage here. I know I wanted everybody to see the tower. Some of the airport operations there, at the gates and stuff, but I figure seeing all of the arrivals today would be the best option. So we're down here on the north end to give you guys all of the international arrivals today. Again, that one coming from Geneva. We have wheels up. This Beach King Air. Looks like we got United 1618 ready for departure. This one getting ready to head to Cancun, Mexico. Headed down to the end of the runway. Let's go back right here for just a minute here while I take a quick peek at flight radar. They are in fact getting ready down there at the end of the runway. So let's give you guys a quick rundown of what we got going on. We got Iberia coming in just a minute. Iberia in 8 minutes. Austrian coming in 19. We've got TAP Air Portugal coming just behind that one. So Nelia, if Nelia is watching the show, we'll have her TAP Airlines here coming in from Lisbon. That one again 19 minutes. Let's see, what do we got out here? We got a couple of big Uniteds. United from Brussels and a 777. United from Paris. I hope we got some ITA. Is that United or is that ITA? That's United. There's ITA. We've got ITA coming in later this afternoon from Rome. 1 hour and 25 minutes, and that's going to be in an A330-200. We're going to have ITA Airways. And many, many more. Behind that, we got Qatar from Doha. British Airways on the way in their 777. Followed by, that's Virgin Atlantic coming in from London Heathrow. So all of these planes tonight, we do have a couple of A380s this afternoon, later this evening. So be in store for a lot of international heavies this afternoon. So hopefully you guys enjoy. We've got Swiss, we've got that Lufthansa. Let's see, who is this? Is this our 74-8? We do have the 74-8 from Frankfurt. We've got the A380 from Munich later. And we also have the British Airways A380 later on this afternoon. No Emirates. Emirates was here earlier. We have KLM as well coming in. KLM at 2:36. That one arriving in an hour and 53 minutes. That's going to be another A330 coming in from Amsterdam. So just a quick rundown of what we got going on here at Washington Dulles. Lots and lots of heavies to go down this afternoon. So I know our official start time was here a moment ago. Starting the show here at 2 o'clock. This exec jet touching down. Clamshells closed. Gonna slow that one right on down. So lots and lots of wonderful planes this afternoon. Aviation LAA, thank you for the membership milestone. Glad to see you're back. I get it. Work is difficult. I struggle working every day, unfortunately. So this one here, I hope you guys are excited about this afternoon. Again, ITA, 2 Lufthansas, Swiss, KLM, Aer Lingus, you name it, we've got it this afternoon. Nothing went wrong yet. Miss Carolina over here jinxing us. Oh, nothing went wrong. Yeah, you know. Travel was all good this morning. A bunch of crazy people out on the road, though. People getting off at exits from the 3rd lane in the middle, you know, from the fast lane. Just people, all kinds of people being really, really, really dumb today on the way up here. Got a little breeze action here. It's like we never even left RDU. Breeze touching down here. So we are going to stay for those A380 arrivals tonight. We are not staying for the departures though. So we need to get checked in to our hotel. Staying right across the road here. Hopefully we have an airport view tonight. Exactly, William. Dude, once we got past Williamsburg, it was dumb central. It's the only way I can describe it. Rough on the arrivals, or rough on the drive up. Just all kinds of people doing crazy things. All right. So now that I've given you guys a brief rundown of what's going on here. Turkish did depart a moment ago. We got Iberia. This one coming in an A321 XLR. So this is the first time we've seen the XLR here on the channel, and it's going to be with Iberia. This one coming in from Madrid. It's our first arrival coming in. Well, not our first arrival, but our first XLR arrival is going to be Iberia. And of course, as I stated, we've got the Metro here. If you guys are interested in catching the Metro, got Ramona's head in the way. Ramona giving you guys a wave. Let's see, where will this one go? Will it be on center? No, I think it's going to be on right or left. I can't see it out there though. That's the issue. So it looks like our A321 is going to be the wave of the future here, these XLRs. Going to be doing all these small planes on long flights, unfortunately. Aer Lingus is going to be an A321 as well a little later on. There's our A220 that touched down a minute ago. I'm just now getting Iberia. If you guys are familiar with Dulles at all in the parking garage, you guys will hear a lot of traffic going by. We're about to have a bus go by right now. So you hear a lot of that traffic going by below us. So we check out Iberia in that XLR. This is the first time capturing this on the show, any one of these new A321 XLRs. I'm doing all right, Josh. Hopefully everybody else can hear us. Tucker's having some issues here. So I hope you guys are with us and can hear us just fine. Looks like the masked Neo XLR from Iberia. Doing all right. We left Raleigh around 4 o'clock this morning. Got up here early, went to the Air and Space Museum here at Washington Dulles. If you guys aren't too familiar with that, there is the Air and Space Museum here at Washington Dulles. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 3478 coming in from Pittsburgh. This is going to be an E175 LR. So this one's going to land center for us. Hopefully we'll have some more, some other planes land center today. ITA normally does, Lufthansa normally does, from what I understand, if I remember correctly. Again, it's been a while since we've been up here to Washington Dulles. I haven't been up here in about a year. So we're going to see how we make it out of here. Looks like we've got a Delta A320 on the move, A319. So that Delta, let's see, we've got to keep a really close eye on the departures down there at the bottom. That one's headed to Washington, or to Atlanta. That's Delta 1751. Headed to Atlanta, Georgia. That is an A319. So not much demand here for Delta like there is in Raleigh. Should see Porter at some point this weekend too. I don't know if it'll be one of the E2s or not. We've got another big boy. No, that's a 737. We've got United at 2054 getting ready to turn final. Our next international heavy will be Austrian from Vienna. Here in about 9 minutes or so, we do have the E175 on final. Buddy is doing just fine. He's been hanging out with us. He went into the Air and Space Museum. He had a good time watching the planes. Did that just have a massive jump? Huh? Yeah. Mine updates automatically. Yeah, it was almost 80. And as always, though, it was good to see you and hang out with you there at the airport. Ooh, there is a Valaris special as well today. Thank you for that update. There's our Valaris special right there. I see it now, taxiing out. Thank you for that update. Thank you for letting me know. We've got a United departure there. Interesting looking Valaris. We don't see Valaris too often. Every once in a while we see it when we go down to Charlotte. And of course when we come here. Again, it's been about 2 years since we've been up here to Dulles. I can honestly say I had a good time this morning traveling, even with all the crazies on the road. I guess that's 737 coming in from Fort Myers, Florida, over here on the other side. It's 737 at 900. We got a couple of seconds here left of Valaris. We'll be back to Valaris in a moment. Swing over here to our 737. And we'll keep an eye out for Valaris and their departure. Looks like Valaris about to get ready for their departure. Looks like there's a Southwest down there as well. Getting ready to push back from the gate. You left at 9:30. Yeah, so we were gonna do a morning show, and then we just had too much to do at home, so we decided to scratch that idea. And then we got out and did our evening show last night, and had a really good 4th of July special. Got the fireworks over there at the from Briar Creek. So we got a United headed out while we wait on Valaris. Valaris is about to line up here. And again, if you guys hear a lot of traffic, we do have the road right here beside us. So not to worry. Today at Dulles, 189 departures and 201 arrivals. That's it? Are you looking at the right airport? Dulles is usually way busier than that. That's an RDU kind of day. I think there's way more than that. There goes that special Volaris. Volaris headed to San Salvador. Nice left bank off of runway 3130, whatever it is. Can't ever remember what airport, what runway that one is over there. I know we got 19 left, right, and center. Right here in front of us. Nice long range shot. Next Gen Aviation is going to be our next arrival, but that one's going to be followed by Austrian. Again, Austrian from Vienna here in just a few minutes. I got nothing on. We got one coming in center, a United coming in from Savannah, Georgia. It's going to be Republic Airways 3489. It's going to be another E175 LR going to land at center. So it'll be a mixed bag here on who we check out and who we don't. Capture all kinds of planes, hopefully being towed back here to the United hangar. If I was over about 2 feet more, you could see almost right into United's big hangar here at Washington Dulles. So yeah, so that's why we chose to be on the north end of the parking garage, so we can make sure that you guys got all of the arrivals. They'll be landing mostly left and center this afternoon, so we wanted to make sure we got both sides. It's one of the hard things about Washington Dulles is catching both sides and being able to give you guys the stuff when there's no planes around. Thank you, Aviation LA. Again, we've got Austrian up next. TAP Air Portugal here in just a few minutes. That one coming in another A321 next gen LR, the XLR. Got our E175 coming in from Savannah, Georgia. This Republic Airways going to land at center for us here. Hopefully we'll get some of our international stuff landing center tonight or today. So if you guys are familiar with hub life You go through quite a spell where there's not a lot going on in a hub, and then the action just bursts. We had the same issue in Charlotte, so today will be an up and down kind of day. Gotta keep remembering to watch my back here. Here we go, we got Austrian here from Vienna. This is an A330. Or is this? No, 767. I'll tell you here in a second. I'm looking at it on a 5-inch screen. Looks like a 767. It is our 767-300 ER. All right, so next up is going to be a United. Hey, we got a United 460. This coming in from Dakar. Another 767 for United here in just a moment. Hold on. Maybe this 767 here will land center. Then we've got a pair of Uniteds coming in, heavies. Coming in here in a minute. One from Paris and one from Brussels, 12 and 13 minutes out. They look a lot closer than that. So here comes our exec jet over here on this side as we await tap from Lisbon. So that's Miss Carolina's phone. So her cell phone is Mario themed. Dang, they're awfully close together. Here is tap coming in from Lisbon. Tap from Portugal. He looks like he's hard nosed down, don't he? Like pointed very, very steeply down. There they go, picking the nose back up a little bit. Not really gliding her in. Tapping that XLR down with the nose again. Fighting a little bit of a breeze here. It is a bit breezy here this afternoon so far. Hopefully the cloud cover will hold. All right, next arrival is going to be that United 460 from Dakar. They're going to come in one right after the other. This is a 767-300 ER. 7 hours and 55 minutes of flight time for this one. See United angling it there. Leaning her to the right just a little bit. Thank you, Lynn. This plane here, 32 years of age. Thank you, Molly. 79 likes. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Got a lot of action for you guys to cover this afternoon. Now we'll have that pair of 767s. Got a Southwest on the move over here. Let's swing around to the taxiing Southwest here while we await some of our next arrivals. First up is going to be United 914 coming in from Charles de Gaulle, Paris, 777-200ER. And we got a Dreamliner about to pop in the center of your screen here. This Dreamliner headed over to possibly the other side of the terminal there. I thought maybe it would come this way and head down to the hangar there. But a little Dreamliner action headed out that way, being towed out to the next gate. Just transferring that over to another gate. Will, good afternoon. Ooh, where is Porter anyway? Oh, there's Porter right there with the 777. So Porter coming in the -8. Here in just a minute as well. So Porter gonna sneak in between those 777s. So our Dreamliner is off and headed to the gate. We should have a couple of departures over there in just a minute. Let's zoom in here. We'll have that Southwest departure here in just a second. There goes our Southwest. It'll be nice to see some more of these heavies departing over there. Hopefully we'll get lucky and get some departures from center. We have seen it here before. It is a rare occurrence, but we have seen some departures from center though. As we await our 777s. Southwest headed to Phoenix. That's Southwest at 3182. Headed out to our buddy Pip in Phoenix. Trying to see how close our 777s are. Let's go over here and check out our people movers here. To southwest of Phoenix. Porter's going to be just behind those 777s. Both those 777s are going to land left here. Porter should land center. Sadly, both 777s going the other way. Hopefully, I'd love to see the E2 from Porter. I'd like to see them bring in the E2. That'd be nice. I want to know who that is parked there on the corner, just on the left of your screen. You can see the tail and the wing. I'd be interested to know who that is. Got another passing metro here. Lots of metros. Let's see, who do we got up ready for departure? Looks like we got Iberia waiting for a gate. Thought Iberia was taken off. It's down in that general holding area there. So I assume they're down there waiting for a gate. Got our first 777 on finally. Flight radar is very, very deceiving here at Dulles, by the way, if you guys don't know. Part of it is we don't come here enough for me to realize how far they actually are. Yeah, I saw, John Southwell, that they had the E2s in San Diego, I think. I think that was up on that Pips show. They had that E2 down there. Here comes our first 777. Again, this one coming in from Paris. 777, this is United 914. Yeah, so we had TAP touchdown a little while ago. This United from Paris. The next one, I believe, is coming from Rome. This one here, 7 hours and 38 minutes of flight time here. The next United 777 in line is coming in from Brussels. We did have Brussels Airlines touchdown at the beginning of the show. We also had that Lufthansa A340 touchdown at the beginning of the show. We've got the Queen of the Skies plus 2 King A380s later on this evening. So we go over to our second 777 here. Okay. So it can't handle them. Whoops. So again, this one from Brussels. Porter following this one in. We'll have Porter here in just a minute on center. Can't wait for this shot in the A380s later on tonight. This one here with some white nose action happening. Now on to Porter. Porter touching down in this Dash 8. So where's our buddy Matt Man? Vincent's here, ready for the prop action. Where's Matt Man? Coming back, right? Not every day we see a Dash 8 here on the show. Uncle Plane Guy, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Hope all is well with you. Got a United 737-900 landing over here on the other side, but we see those every day. We're gonna try to keep the show with the things we don't see. It depends. I have to remember exactly when that inaugural flight is. I'll try to capture it if I remember what day it's on. And what time. Got to get the day job stuff done. Don't remember what time it is. I do believe that's in a CRJ though. So we had another United A319 touchdown here. This A319 coming in from Traverse City. 1 hour and 27 minutes of flight time for that one. Looks like they're gonna hang tight before exiting the runway here. Still out there. Alright, let's see. What's going to be our next big international flight? Who do we have here? Looks like we've got United 109 from Munich. This is going to be a 787-8 Dreamliner. Arriving in 10 minutes. They left 8 hours and 16 minutes ago. It's going to be in August. I'll look into the dates and we'll see if I'll be there for that India inaugural. We'll see. So again, United from Traverse City. Got Copa Airlines as well. Copa coming from Panama City in a 737 MAX 9. They're arriving in 4 minutes. I believe their thing is a bit off. Iberia finally trying to make their way to the gate. Porter on their way to the gate. So it looks like Copa will be here before our 787 Dreamliner. And we got to remember to keep our eyes peeled on both sides. So, you know, we were talking about the road a minute ago. Here you guys go. We are very, very close to the road. Couple of buses rolling by. So we got it all here today. Planes, trains, buses, a little bit of everything you could ask for here this afternoon. So I want to thank you guys for joining us this afternoon, by the way. Let me refresh here in the background our stream. I don't think my viewer count is correct. It's been doing some weird stuff. Get out of here. So we have, who's that? We had Air Canada depart a minute ago. That one's headed out to Toronto. That's another E175. Looks like we got an exec jet coming in from White Plains. This is FlexJet. Can't tell if they're landing center or if they're going to land left. It's always hard to tell which way they're going to go. Nobody out and ready for departure yet. Again, we got trains too, the Metro line here as well. Chaotic Bean, good afternoon. Pip, what's up? I think I saw Pip there a minute ago. Alright, so just to give you guys another quick rundown, if you guys are just joining us, Copa's on the way next. We've got several heavies. Several heavies. We've got Zurich. These are all United. Zurich, Frankfurt, London Heathrow, Dublin, and Munich, all in the next few minutes here, followed by another United coming in from Greece, coming in from Athens. ITA coming in from Rome, now 27 minutes away. Followed by United from Edinburgh. Qatar from Doha. British Airways in their 777 coming from London. Virgin Atlantic from London and another A330. Aer Lingus from Dublin. United Express from Manchester. We've got Etihad coming in from Abu Dhabi. That one, all of these within the next hour. So lots and lots of international arrivals here in the next hour. And again, we do have a couple of Queen later via Lufthansa. We also have that A340 here on the ground via Lufthansa, and we have a couple of Kings. A couple of A380s later on this evening. British Airways is scheduled to arrive at 8:10 p.m. tonight in their A380. So lots and lots of action. Yeah, we still have a lot of inaugurals this year. There we go. Got to shade our computer here. I'm trying to make sure nothing overheats this afternoon. So it looks like we're at about 90 likes here. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. For those of you tuning in this afternoon. Copa's also coming in here in just a few minutes as well. Got to get our phone off the table here. So that's right, we do have Copa next. Copa coming in from Panama City in that MAX 9. So Copa landing 19 left. Again, another 737 at MAX. This one here fits in nicely amongst all of its United cousins. Good shot of Copa. We also have Frontier coming in as well, just behind this one, I believe. There's another one out there in the distance. We'll swing to it here momentarily. No, it is it's our Dreamliner from Munich. United 109 from Munich. That's 787-8 Dreamliner, our next arrival. Dang, Indianapolis has got Aer Lingus. I didn't know that. That is crazy cool. I'm surprised we don't have Aer Lingus, but I guess not a big market. for RDU. So there's our Dash 8. Yeah, we had TAP and whatever. TAP came in an XLR as well as Iberia. So those were two firsts for us catching the XLRs. Again, I believe that's going to be the way of the future. It's going to be the A321 XLRs. Unfortunately, hopefully they'll keep the wide bodies around for a while. But chances are that is going to be the way of the future, sadly. Alright, let's go back to the FedEx tail here for just a minute while I take another quick peek at our next arrival. Our next arrival is going to be Frontier 4708 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. This is Yukon, the Caribou. So Yukon, the Caribou on the way in. That's going to be an A321 Neo. That one also coming in on the left side. We do. We've got that United, I missed this one, United 229 coming in from Dublin, that 757-200. That one's going to be landing moment after our Frontier flight. We've got that Breeze Airways on the move already, that A220. I'm sure you guys might have heard the A220. Let's head over to our Frontier Atlanta flight here. Nelia, good evening to you. Hope all is well with you. We got that 757 coming in from Dublin here in just a moment. It says 4 minutes, but it's like right there. That's so weird how it does it here. We've got an Allegiant on the way in as well. We've got another 777, another pair of 777s. This one coming in from London, United 919. From London Heathrow. That one arriving, it says 4 minutes. I believe that one before I believe the Dublin one. Dublin looks high on this, on the glide slope here. There's our United 757-200 from Dublin. They're just on the right of your screen. I'm really hoping we get Ita here on center later this afternoon. As well as that, Lufthansa 747-800. Alright, so we're going to catch the last couple of seconds here of the 777 from London, this United. This is another 777 at 200. We've got another one coming in right behind it here momentarily. Let's swing back to our 757. Get the last little bit of taxiing shots here of our 75. So again, this one here from Dublin. That next arrival is going to be United 988 coming in from Frankfurt. We've got a 767 going to land at center here from Zurich for United Airlines. Hold on, guys. All right. So our other 777, again, this one coming in from Frankfurt, United Airlines. This 777 at 300 ER. Thank you for the info, Jeff Davis. 8 years old with this 777 at 300. Lots of life left in the 300 here. Allegiant is going to be the next arrival, and then of course we have the one from Zurich coming in center. That's going to be that 767-300. Allegiant, let's see, where are you coming from? Destin. Coming in from VPS, destined Fort Wallace, I think. You guys can correct me. I'm sure I'm wrong on that destination there. A couple of departures, that Breeze and a United earlier. Again, we're trying to focus on all of the heavies today. Everything unique, anything that we see every day at RDU, we're beyond that. We're not going to focus on the deltas and stuff like that. All the big heavy and things we don't normally see, like this Allegiant. Nell, you might recognize Allegiant here. This is looking like Jet 2 over there in Europe. They lease a lot of the same. Jet 2 leasing from Allegiant. And our 7.6 from Zurich. Sue Major, good afternoon. Fort Walton Beach. Thank you guys for the update. It's not one that I've seen, and it's cut off on my thing there on flight radar. We've got a bit of a parallel landing here. I'm going to stick with the 767 though, as it comes in center, closest to us. Leaning heavy on that left side there. Ooh, we got a Star Alliance from Haneda. Did miss that one. So I was checking everything coming in from Europe. So I apologize that I missed those. That is, we got Athens up next, the 787 Dreamliner. We've got Saudi coming in from Jeddah, coming at us from the south here. Boy, the heavies are coming, you guys. United 804, that is the 777-200 in the Star Alliance livery. They're coming at us, and they're coming at us hard. I told you we had about 8 or 10 in this next hour, and that is holding it true. If you guys are following along and you have IAD pulled up on your flight radar, you'll see everything is about to go insane. So lots and lots and lots of heavies here over the next hour or so. So I'm glad we're able to bring them to you guys. Anthony, we are not. We are on the road this weekend. We are in Washington Dulles. So that 767 at touching down, we do have, let's see, we're about to get very, very busy. Got a United Express coming in from Harrisburg. That's going to be our next arrival. We've got a Dreamliner coming in from Athens. That's going to be landing center. Here we've got a little one here about to touch down at center, but we do have that Dreamliner after this one. 767 pulling into the in between the terminals there. Nice, Anthony, that's good to hear. You'll be here in Washington Dulles. A little departure there. Well, guess you can't beat the heat. So I apologize if there's any issues here, guys. It is very, very hot here in DC. It looks like our computer's already given us problems here. We've got it covered up. I need a little bit more of a breeze blowing through here. Good to see you, Brian Lloyd. So I'm going to try to cool our computer down here, so we can try to get our heavies in here. So that Athens Dreamliner is up next. So I'm fanning the computer off at the moment. Try to blow some cool air through and around the computer here. Comes our Dreamliner. Yeah, Nelia, that's what we're trying to prevent here this afternoon. Internet failures and stuff, but again, it is about 90 degrees here in Washington Dulles. So if we do have any issues, bear with us, you guys. We're trying to keep everything nice and cool and rolling here. $105 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. So again, I gotta keep fanning the computer here. Everybody's gone to the bathroom. I am out here on my own. So I gotta make sure I'm fanning everything. There's our 777 Saudi. Is this Saudi? Is this their new livery? is the Saudi special. Alright, so now that we've had that arrival, let me fan this back down here. Again, we're trying to make sure everything stays nice and cool this afternoon. I need to get Miss Ramona's fans back out. She's got some fans that she brought for us to use. Need to get her to pull those out as soon as everybody gets back from the restrooms. They walked into the terminal over there. Breeze is kind of kicking around, not too much. Alright, so we have that Saudi. We've got United 804. That's going to be our next arrival. That's a 777-200, and that is a Star Alliance livery arriving next. So we have that coming in from Tokyo Haneda. That's going to be our next arrival. Again, I'm going to keep the camera stagnant at the moment just so I can keep the computer cooled down while we wait on everybody to come back and we can get some fans on this thing. I was in a little bit of a rush when we set up and forgot all about the fans. So again, I apologize here for the little bit of a delay. Thank you, Molly, for that info. So I'm watching for the 777 here. Not quite in view. Again, I'm trying to do all I can here to cool our computer down. Keep that CPU from running too high. And again, lots and lots of arrivals here in just a few minutes, by the way. Got a nice breeze blowing through. Hopefully that's blowing back here into our computer. It would so happen that as soon as everybody walks away, everything would fall apart. That's usually the way it goes. Dang, somebody's really, really high over here for 19 left. And I mean really, really high. Here comes our Star Alliance triple coming in from Tokyo Haneda. This 777-200. Flying 12 hours and 4 minutes. 12 hours, 4 minutes of flight time for this one. What's up, Matt Man? We're trying to hold it together here in Dulles. The heat and everything took its toll. The signal is going to go away a little bit, I think, with all of these planes coming in. Again, this is another learning curve. We don't come to Dulles very often. We've only been here twice. Once to do a show, technically. There's our 777 from Tokyo Haneda. We'll switch over some internet here in just a few minutes when everybody gets back from the bathroom. Seems like my phone has had enough this afternoon already. So we got Ita arriving in 1 minute from Rome. Thank you, Molly. There she is. ETA gonna disappoint us today. So far, gonna go left, far left side here. I'm not sure you guys are gonna see it clearly or not. Hopefully you'll see the beautiful ETA A330. It's one of my favorites. That ETA blue is fantastic. Hopefully you guys saw it. Again, when everybody gets back, we'll switch internet and do all the things. We've got United at 1071 coming in on center. Our internet completely crapped out. We're just now, there we go, we're back at 5G. Hopefully that'll stop that. Yeah, so Aviation LA, it's because of the service. So we did miss, we're trying not to miss ETA, but I got it. Hopefully you guys will be able to see it. I see that it's stuttering and struggling and having all kinds of issues. Hopefully now it will be fine. Got a 757 coming in from Edinburgh. This is 757. 7 hours and 26 minutes of flight time for this one. Alright, so everything should be back to normal, hopefully. If not, I don't know what's going on. We do have another one landing here center. That's 737. Touching down there, then we have the 75. Got another big arrival coming in on this side. Got Qatar from Doha, 777 at 300 ER. That's going to be our next arrival on left. So hopefully all my numbers look good. Hopefully you guys are seeing everything a-okay at the moment. So here comes Qatar in that 777-3 from Doha. Special livery, I think, on this flight. It is the Qatar One World. So we saw Star Alliance. Now we're seeing One World here via Qatar. Oops, sorry, I had to make a step. next arrival is going to be Aeromexico. Coming in from Mexico City, that's going to be on a 737 MAX 9. That'll be our next arrival here momentarily. Then we've got British Airways coming in the 777 from London Heathrow. That's going to be followed by Virgin Atlantic from London Heathrow as well. Those two coming in back to back, I believe. Looks like both of those, both British Airways and Virgin Atlantic coming in on center. So exciting shots to come here. As long as we can keep everything cool, our breeze went away, so I got to go back to fanning our computer here just to make sure we got some airflow around it. Got to get that fan back when Miss Ramona gets back. So let's go for Aeromexico in that MAX 9. Again, coming in from Mexico City. I'm excited about British Airways and Virgin Atlantic. $108 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Halfway to our like goal. Got a little exec jet here coming in center. Trying to get some air movement around the computer once again. Lee Barber, good afternoon. So British Airways is going to be our next arrival on our side. We've got United coming in from Cancun, another 737 MAX 9. Got another Avianca coming in from San Salvador. That one going to be on to 19 left. But our main one's coming in on center right here. Give me a minute here to cool the stuff down. We've got British Airways 777. This is the 777-300. Virgin Atlantic will be our next arrival here, following this one. Flaps down. All the way down for the 777-300. You know, Lee, I'm not a huge fan of DCA. I like it, but it's hard to get a good show off the ground in DCA. Unless you go to Gravelry Point there. And that's hard for us to do anyway because we got all the people. It's in a wide open area. All the people just stop and stand right in front of you. So that's a hard one to get for us and the type of equipment we use. Walter, thank you for watching us on the big screen. Hope you're enjoying the show. We've got Virgin Atlantic up next here on center. That's going to be an A330-300. I was, Drew. It's been a couple years since we've been to Dulles. So I'm glad that we're back. We only did one episode, 2 episodes. We tried 2 a couple of years ago. I tried to come up here last year. I ended up getting sick with COVID. Couldn't make it. I even tried, even with COVID. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. So we didn't make it up here last year due to the vid, but we're here this year. Plan on coming back a few more times this year, especially when the weather gets a little bit cooler. So Virgin Atlantic from London Heathrow as well. I love the red of Virgin Atlantic. That candy red. So I apologize on the way in. There is this, if you've ever been to Washington Dulles, there is this slope in the parking garage, and I have to step down off of it every time we get a flight here on center. So Jay, we are in Washington, D.C. We've come up to Dulles for the weekend. We've got another show tomorrow. Thank you, Bob Smith, for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed. I know it's been a little rocky here the last few minutes trying to keep everything cooled down. Very, very hot. We've got Aer Lingus. We've got United Airlines from Bozeman. 3 hours and 45 minutes of flight time for this little A319. Coming in center. We've got Avianca coming in on 19 left. Got to figure out a better way to make this shot happen. All right, Aer Lingus, our next arrival. Another A321 coming in from Dublin. All right, give us a second here. I gotta make some adjustments here. We're gonna put our fan on the computer here. Give you guys the Aer Lingus shots. Again, Aer Lingus from Dublin. I almost lost the whole thing while you guys are gone. Huh? Yeah. The heat, the Wi-Fi, all of it. Thank you, Ramona. Huh? Not right now. So we are, Jay, we are in Washington, D.C. We decided to make our way out here for you guys for the 4th of July weekend. It's been a while since we've been to D.C. So let's see, we got Etihad coming in next from Abu Dhabi. Coming in here after a couple of United flights. We've got a couple of smaller Uniteds, but we do have Etihad from Abu Dhabi. We got our fans hooked up. Hopefully this will keep our computer rocking. The only thing we're worried about overheating now is going to be the camera, but I have the camera opened up all the way. There is a nice breeze finally. So we've got the screen pulled out, doors open on the camera. Also in our lineup, we've got Air France, and that 777-300 arriving in 9 minutes. There are a ton of planes on the way in here at the moment. We've got KLM right after Air France. So Air France, KLM. We've got planes coming from the east, the northeast, the south. I should say the west, not the east. I'm so backwards. A lot of our smaller regional stuff coming in. We've got one here on center now. The one on center now, this is Ash Mesa Airlines coming in from Minneapolis, E175LR. Then we've got Etihad. From Abu Dhabi. I saw a Concorde this morning. in the Air and Space Museum from Air France. At Air France Concorde. This is a Dreamliner here, by the way. I always love the look of Etihad. Those colors looking fantastic. Especially on the Dreamliner. Beautiful shot of Etihad's arrival. Again, we got planes going in all kinds of directions here if you guys are following along. Looks like our next arrival here on center is going to be a United 1379 from Las Vegas. So that's going to be on center. We do have a 757-200 coming in from Newark, New Jersey on center. Following our our 737-900. Gotta unplug our phone here. Hand me that, well, it won't matter, I guess. I was going to say hand me the bag and put it right here. I put the phone in it, but I would need the phone for flight radar. I need the phone for both. My phone overheated. Alright, we're going to use Ramona's phone here for flight radar. Gonna try to anyway. Hers is different than mine. Mine is I have the satellite view. What is that noise? Oh, nice. Yeah, so I had to charge the phone here, so we're going to use Ramona's phone. Ooh, Air France. Looks like it's going to come center. If you guys are following along again on flight radar, we got, it's like bees to a hive. All these planes coming in at the moment. There's our 757 from Newark, New Jersey. This is definitely not something we see every day out at RDU, United at 7. Alright, our next arrival, hot on the heels of that last one. Looks like it's going to be an E175 here. Gotta switch hands here. It's hard to try and do anything left-handed. Keep the camera turned this way. That way we keep it out of the sun here. Very, very hot. I'm gonna put the cell phone in the bag here. I've got a backpack cooler. I'm gonna put our phone in it. Hopefully it does not mess up service here. Putting that in there, trying to cool it down. This is the problem trying to do shows on the eastern seaboard. All of the heat. We got KLM and Air France both on final. It did look like putting the cell phone in the bag did mess up our service, so let me take that right back out of the bag. Alright guys, give me a minute. I'm going to switch Wi-Fi really, really quickly, okay? I'm going to have an intentional pause here. We're going to switch over to Miss Carolina's Wi-Fi here. How much? Alright, I think we got everything straightened out here. Having some service issues here. Hold on. We're trying to get them straightened out right now for Air France's arrival. That 777 at 300. KLM coming in right behind this one as well. So a couple of heavies from Europe. Vincent, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for the support over the course of the last couple of days. Absolutely amazing support from you guys. You guys are awesome. True friends of the channel here. Coming out, hanging out with us last night. I can't hold a steady thing here this afternoon either. Tripod's a little on the hot side. Again, as many of you guys know, you've been with the show long enough to know, anytime the tripod overheats, we don't get a good shot. This fan is working fantastic, keeping our camera and equipment cool. That's probably part of the reason. How did my Wi-Fi get turned on? Oh, yeah. Kind of figured as much. Thank you for the update. Receiving text messages here behind the scenes. Sorry about that. Thank you, Vincent, for that text message from behind the scenes. So there we go. We got Air France. We have KLM in their 777 arriving here next. The A330. KLM over on the other side here, coming in from Amsterdam. Air France landing center for us. I kind of figured as much, by the way, Vincent. He knew we were on our way. I texted him earlier in the week. So there's that KLM. We've got another arrival here, dead center. Looks like a United E175. Oh, we've even got one landing right over there, way out there. United. That's how busy it is. They're using all 3 runways here for arrivals. This one here landing right. Got an exec jet getting ready to take off here, just in front of us. Let's switch gears here. Go for the departure. I need to take a peek at flight radar here. I need to know what's going on. Get my phone cranked back up here. Tons of United arrivals. Looks like our next one's going to be Republic from LaGuardia Center. They're landing all 3 runways. We got Sacramento, California, 737 MAX out there on the far right. Got a little parallel action happening here. There you go. The little one coming in and the one from Sacramento touching down. A little double touchdown action here. So you can see how far away the right runway is, way over there. Then they hide behind the trees. Again, lots and lots of United. We'll have another big international rush here in just a little while. We do have Lufthansa in that 747-8 coming in 38 minutes, followed by Swiss. So our two more international heavies this afternoon. Again, we're going to end the show with a couple of A380s tonight between Lufthansa and British Airways. Another double landing here, as you guys can see. Yeah, we're not a big enough show to pay for flight radar. I'm just kidding. I actually haven't looked into it. I don't know. I think you can get a lifetime deal or something. I can't remember how it works. I need to look again into flight radar. But flight radar definitely pricey. Couple of CRJs touching down. Let's have a look. Tons and tons of United coming in from the south and from the west. What about it? That's hers. Yeah, I do flight radar for free. Yeah, I accept the ads. I don't care. We've got one ready for departure here. Another exec jet center. But yeah, if you guys are following along on flight radar, like bees to the hive here for United. We had that one big rush of heavies earlier. Now we've got the United rush. This one's not going anywhere. We do have one coming in, but one of the 737s that came in over on the far right side there, ready to cross center. Thank you, you guys. Thank you to Marco and Nelia for sending you guys over here. Greatly appreciate that, you guys. Get great support from Nelia and Marco as well. Again, you're not going to want to go anywhere. We've got Lufthansa and Swiss up next. That's 747-8. In just a little bit. Ha! Ramona, we get another shot at KLM. They missed. Yeah, they're coming back around. So we're going to get another shot here at KLM as they missed their arrival. That is from Amsterdam. 8 hours and 1 minute now because of that little mishap, them not being able to make the runway. So that A330-300 going to get back in line. And we've got our exec jet out here ready for departure. Yeah, I know. They messaged me about it. So here we go, our exec jet departure. Yes, go enjoy some dinner and have a good rest of your evening. Hopefully you'll be tuning in later this evening. Again, a lot of action still to come here from Dulles. Not yet. What do we got here? A little Cessna Grand Caravan. Alright, so I'm trying to keep an eye on KLM. They're going to get back in line and try it one more time for 19 left. Oh, thank God. A cloud. I need these clouds to thicken up and stick around. I'm starting to get really, really, really hot. See a little CRJ touching down here just in the back of the screen. So it looks like KLM is number 2 here for arrival. Again, like I said, lots and lots of United this hour. We did catch a lot of the international arrivals, including ITA, Lufthansa, and that A340, Brussels Airlines, all arriving earlier this afternoon. There is KLM coming around for their second attempt at this landing. So KLM gonna do it again. This A330-300. So KLM from Amsterdam. What? So there you go, KLM hopefully going to make it the second time around. Well, she must have. Everything all right? All right, hold on a second. Get our next arrival, the CRJ here. Camera overheat. All right, let's give you guys a little bit of an update on our next big arrivals. We do have that 747-8 from Lufthansa here very, very shortly. Got Alaska Airlines out there as well, coming in from Los Angeles. Alaska 214 coming in from LA. That's going to be a 737-900. Lufthansa in that 747, 15 minutes away. So that's going to be our next big international heavy. That one coming in from Frankfurt. Yo, Devin, what's up? Yeah, we're in Washington Dulles this weekend. So again, that 747 is just now 15 minutes away. Gonna get to a point here where we're gonna have to start watching for the departures of some of our international flights, like Brussels. Brussels was the one we started the show with. As you can see, we can get some of the departures. Pretty good shots, actually, of some of the departures. So we have United departing there. Looks like a 737 900. Making that hard left bank out of here. Got another United on a final. Again, lots and lots of United. We do have that Alaska from LA. Looks like Alaska's going to come center here. It's going to get thrown in the mix between all of these United arrivals. Little dust up over here. Again, we got some more arrivals here in just a moment. Wow, we do have an interesting departure. We're going to skip out on the arrivals here. We've got Allegiant, but we do have one of everyone's favorite to depart after Allegiant. So we'll wait for this really awesome departure here. Since we missed this yesterday, we caught it at the beginning of today's show. A lot of you guys weren't here. So here we go now. You guys will get a second look at our other Lufty that's here. That one about to get a move on. Got a United touching down center here. Again, we're waiting on that departure. Come on, you're out there. You're lined up. Let's go. Come on, Lufthansa. Quit being shy. Oh, they turned around. Well, darn. Lufthansa taxied out, then they turned around, it looks like. But that is the Lufthansa A340 that we're waiting on patiently for. Here's the one that just came in a moment ago, the one we heard. Touchdown. We've got Porter in that Dash 8 on their way back out here. You'll see that one here in just a second. Yeah, here comes Lufthansa in that A340. There's Porter, again a Dash 8. A little bit of an interesting twist here. Lufthansa A340. I think Alaska is our next arrival. Nope, still United. Alaska will be after this one, I believe. Are we about to have a center takeoff for the A340? Looks like that might be a very good possibility here. Or are you going to make that right turn and go across and take off over on 19 right? Keep coming, Lufthansa. Alaska, our next arrival. Not going to worry about anything that we normally see at RDU today. It's not what we're here for. I know we're here for the planes, but I want to keep everything as special as possible. That A340 looks like it is going to go over to the 19 left, possibly. Could possibly be headed back to the gate. So Matt, we left at around 4 o'clock this morning, Raleigh. Got here, went to the Air and Space Museum for a little while. We got there right before they opened. So we enjoyed that. We came over here and got started with the show. Alaska gonna get off on the high-speed taxiway here in front of us. We need to check on our Lufthansa and Swiss. Those two. Lufthansa getting ready to turn on final. That is the 747-8. So the 747 turning final. Hopefully, I was hoping for center, but it looks like it's going to go left. A340 back at the gate. Thank you, Corby. Yeah, I saw that we've got an interesting weather system already forming off the East Coast. It's supposed to be here sometime next week. Got an ERJ here for United. Looking interesting. Got some mismatched parts here. Ooh, I don't know. We might get it center. Hold on. I'm trying to find somebody in front of it. No. don't know. It's always hard to tell where the planes are headed upon arrival here. Hoping that we get the Queen of the Skies here centered, but I don't know. Again, that Lufthansa Queen gonna be our next arrival, or one of our next arrivals here is very, very soon. We need these clouds to come in and stick around. That is really what I need right now. United sliding off the high-speed taxiway there. We've started the APU here on the UPS. This one's not going anywhere. It normally doesn't. Normally this one's here all the time. Ooh, it does look like our 747 is going to come center. I'm a little more confident. I'm about 55% positive that the Queen is going to come center, which is going to be right here in front of us. Another United E175 arrival. United coming off high speed taxiway. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back for the 747. Sorry about that. I had to run over to the car, check on things over there. What's up, Scott? I know. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Rent a bucket truck there at RDU. Again, I apologize. I had to step away for a minute here. Check on things at the car. Alright. So, the Queen is for sure on center. Got eyes on the Queen. At 747-8. Taken 7 hours and 52 minutes. About 7 hours 55 by the time they touch down here. They're coming in from Frankfurt. Got a little exec jet, something small coming in here. This thing is tiny in comparison to what's coming. So you guys turning back in, ready for the Queen. Here we go. Enjoy this Lufthansa. So I think our Lufthansa is headed over to a holding pad over there while they wait on the A340 to get situated. The A340 had to return to the gate. We do have Swiss coming in here in just a few minutes. Swiss in an A330-300 coming in from Zurich. This one also gonna arrive at center as we check out the Queen. ERB, good afternoon. So this is the second Queen in 2 days. Atlas Queen yesterday, the Lufty Queen today. 1-400, 1-800. This one, the big girl. And again, tonight, later on this evening, if you guys are interested, we do have those A380s from Lufthansa and British Airways a little later on tonight, around 8:10 local time, 8:30 local time, depending on where we're at. So a great, fantastic look there at Lufthansa's 747. One of the main reasons I really enjoy coming up here to Dulles is to see this Queen. Sven, good evening. Dr. O, good evening. Thank you guys for watching the show. So we do have a little CRJ coming in front of Swiss here. Let's see who our next big arrivals are going to be. Got United coming in from Lisbon. That's in another 2 hours. We've got Royal Air Maroc coming in from Casablanca, 2 hours and 33 minutes away. Ethiopian in their Dreamliner coming from Rome. The two, we've got Turkish, SAS, United, another Aer Lingus, another Air France, and then of course the two kings later on this afternoon. This evening it'll be around 8 p.m. for those two kings. British Airways and Lufthansa. Here comes that little CRJ just before Swiss from Zurich. Now Swiss is in an A330. So all of these, when we had our first rush of heavies here, ITA, all of them, all of those arrivals should be getting ready for departure. 137 likes today. Thank you, Molly. Still got about 4 hours left in the day, so hopefully we can reach our goal. A little slow, I'm surprised, being that we're traveling this weekend. I figured more folks would be here watching today's show, but can't win them all. Tomorrow we'll be back here, and I'll have an actual thumbnail for where we are. I already have one pre-made for tomorrow's show. So Swiss in that A330-300, our next arrival. Again, they are from Zurich. Got a 767 headed this way, getting towed over to the hangar over there. United's big hangar here at Dulles. If you guys don't know, Dulles is a hub for United. A330. Sorry, having a little bit of issues with the service there. So there you go. Swiss making their way in. So Lufthansa is still out there waiting for their gate. I believe they're waiting on that A340 to depart their gate. So they're going to have to sit out there for a little time here. It is, Scott. We are hanging out in Dulles. Yeah, I forgot to change the complete video description. I did change the upper portion of the video description, but we are at Washington Dulles today. Now tomorrow I'll have everything fixed. All of the description, everything will say IAD and Dulles for tomorrow's show. was hoping for some more clouds here this afternoon. Doesn't look like we're going to get any. So now we play the waiting game. We don't have a whole lot happening now. So we sit and we hang out and we wait for a little bit. Everybody that came in on that big rush should be leaving here before too long. Thank you, Scott. I'll go in and check the email. Hopefully we'll be able to put those emojis up tonight. As soon as I get over to the hotel, we're going to relax. And hopefully I can get some work done here for the show. I think tomorrow afternoon we'll be ending the show probably around at 6 p.m. tomorrow, as we do have to make our way home tomorrow evening. It's about a 3.5 hour drive between here and Raleigh. Jay becoming a economy class member. Thank you so much, Jay. And again, thank you guys for all of the support between last night and today, all the gifted memberships today. The gifted memberships yesterday, and all of your charitable donations yesterday as well. So thank you guys so much for enjoying this show. Hopefully tomorrow's turnout for Dulles can be even better, being that it'll be our normal day. See, a lot of times when we do off days, we have a lot of issues getting our viewers in to watch. But I have had this posted for a couple of days, so. Got a United ERJ, something we don't see at RDU. Gotta move a bag here, so give me just a second. Hopefully that won't be on my way in a minute. I'm trying to keep everything nice and shaded here. Trying to keep all of our drinks and stuff cool. We're gonna freeze everything in the hotel once again tonight. Charge all of our batteries and such. Speaking of batteries, should probably check on those. We're good on battery. So again, tonight's show will end around 8:30. Going to end with those two kings tonight. Looking at it, we've got Lufthansa from Munich now 3 hours and 13 minutes away. And that's going to be the A380 from Lufthansa. And as you can see, we're looking at the Queen, waiting for her gate. We don't have any notables after the two A380s, so that's why we're going to call the show after those two. Dang, that's a loud bus. Do have another Turkish Airlines, a 777-300 from Istanbul, 2 hours and 36 minutes. Aer Lingus, Royal Air Maroc, Air France, and that A350-900. I was hoping we'd see an A350-1000. Let's see what SAS is bringing us this evening. I know SAS coming over as well, Scandinavian. SAS arriving from Copenhagen, 3 hours and 39 minutes. So are they going to be here? They're going to be here just after the British Airways A380. Hey. So still a lot to go on here this evening. Alright, let's see what we got happening here up close. Iberia in that A321 XLR up on flight radar, been pushed back. Getting ready for their departure. Again, this is hashtag hub life. Not a whole lot happening here for a few minutes. We get, or for a little bit, get that big rush, and then all goes quiet here when you're talking about a hub. So got a few minutes, like I said, for any movement. Have that A340. I don't know why they went back to the gate. We've got Copa popping up here. Copa getting ready to pop out. That A340 popped up on flight radar as well. They're getting ready to head back to Frankfurt. So they, if you guys were here a moment ago, that A340 turned and went back to the gate. They got all the way out to the end of the runway. We're getting ready to leave, but they are back up on flight radar here. Copa's been pushed. Copa is on their way. They're headed back to Panama City. That's going to be a 737 MAX 9. So we had Korean departure earlier. Lufthansa is pushing now. See its movements. Since we didn't get the A340 yesterday, we'll do it here at Dulles today. That means our queen over there should be ready to go here anytime. She'll go over to the gate. So this is their Dulles' version of a penalty box, where you guys are looking at now as they await their fate. Copa pulling out and making that turn. We'll have Lufthansa here in just a moment. I'm trying to have a little bit of a break myself here while we await. There goes the 747-800. Starting to move on their own. So what you're looking at there, that's Copa Airlines headed back to Panama. Both of our Lufties on the move. of the skies. Gonna cross center there. Yeah, we're in Dulles today. So we did have a 747 yesterday in RDU. If you guys missed yesterday's show, we did have that Queen of the Skies from Atlas, that 747-400 yesterday afternoon for our second annual 4th of July special. So I figured today would be a nice day to give you guys another 747. So we're going to go from one quad jet to another here in a minute, unless the A340 went the other way, but I don't think it did. It should push. It should come this way again here in just a minute. Alexander, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Little Harley Davidson action down there below us. Same, I would love to ride on a 747. Also the King of the Skies as well. Again, if you guys are just joining us too, we do have Lufthansa later in about 3 hours from Frankfurt. I think it's coming from Frankfurt. The A380. Also, we have the British Airways A380 later as well. So if you guys are able to be here later this evening, please definitely do so. Gonna have another big international push here in just about 2 hours. Plus we have our first set, our first big rush of heavies, international heavies to depart as well. So got a lot of action happening here. There you go, A340 747, 8 engines in one shot. There you go. Enjoy all 8 of those lufties. So the A340 on the move, 747. Covered up by the shadows of the clouds here. Gonna pick up Iberia, that A321 XLR. I think this one here is headed back to Madrid. So Iberia back to Madrid, Copa back to Panama. That Max 9 getting out of here. Sorry about the motorcycle. There's nothing we can do about the motorcycle down there. We're going to make that sharp left bank as they return to Panama. Now we'll have that Lufthansa A340 here in just a moment. They'll come out from hiding in a minute. I'm hoping we'll get that cloud over here in a minute. The one that's got the terminal covered. So when we're looking this direction, by the way, you guys, if I miss any messages or anything, I apologize. Membership milestone there for Alexander. Thank you, Alexander, for being a member. We greatly appreciate you guys. So when we're looking towards this direction, I'm facing away from the computer, so just bear that in mind, that I do turn away from the computer at certain instances here. Can't stay with it the whole time. Alright, Lufthansa. Close to the end there. We got a little bit of a breeze blowing through here, trying to cool down the camera once again. Man, I thought flight radar was inaccurate at RDU. Looked like Lufthansa turned around and was headed back this way, but then you look down at it again and it's pointed toward the runway, and now it's pointing back this way. We've got TAP Air Portugal pushed back as well in their XLR, getting ready to head back to Lisbon for TAP. Come on, Lufty, make up your mind. Oh yeah, we got a nice cloud cover here for a moment. It's not gonna last too long. But we got something here for a minute. So Iberia headed to Madrid, looking at 6 hours and 57 minutes of flight time for that XLR, that A321. Copa to Panama City, 4 hours and 21 minutes for the Max 9. Got another Alaska, this one coming in from Seattle. This one's not arriving for another 33 minutes or so. Our next heavy arrival is going to be, looks like Lisbon. It's going to be United from Lisbon. Do have another United 7879 Dreamliner coming in from SFO. This one is still 1 hour away. So we got Qatar One World. We've got United, Star Alliance. So a couple of heavy specials here this afternoon. Again, you guys aren't going to want to miss out on any of these departures. Looks like we're about to have a Delta and both TAP pull out here as well. So TAP's going to head back to Lisbon. You have the People Mover. Dulles' version of the People Mover. It's the only airport in the United States with those unique People Movers. Those jacked up buses. Luxury People Movers. So TAP and Delta both about to pop out here. Lufthansa is on the runway. Lufthansa, that A340 ready to go. Their second attempt at departure here. I tried it earlier, had to turn around and go back. TAP Air Portugal already making that turn out of the taxiway there between the terminal buildings. Well, that's not good. Is that a balloon? Got a big 5 balloon floating across the airfield. That headed across to the center. There. Will that come down? Hold on, I kind of want to follow this balloon here. Where are you headed? That's a big balloon, dude. So the A340 headed back to Frankfurt. Of course, Air France hit a light pole or an electrical tower. They took down our light pole there at RDU's. What else would it be new? So there goes our balloon. I'm interested to see where this balloon ends up, to be honest. As it just slowly floats through the grass. Somebody needs to get ops on this balloon. It's not made it to the runway just yet. It is definitely trying. Oh, we got an arrival right there. A little exec jet. Gonna blow around our balloon. Ooh, it's gonna pick up speed. That balloon is back up in the air. Hopefully they don't have any issues with that. We do have an arrival right here on center. Looks like a 737 for United. I don't know, I think somebody lost this off of the top of the parking garage here. Or maybe it floated over from the other parking lot. Here goes TAP back to Lisbon in their A321 XLR. It's a TAP back to Lisbon. They shut the APU off on our UPS here, looks like it. Alright, let's take another quick peek here at flight radar, see what we got going on. Again, here we go. All of those flights that we had land earlier lighting up now. Especially our non-international flights. So Jay, Dulles is a United hub. Apologies here. I'm working on something here behind the scenes, changing some things around here about today's show. Go ahead and change out the description of the video or the title of today's show. But yes, so Washington Dulles is one of United's hubs, along with Chicago, Denver, SFO, Newark, Houston. I'm trying to think of all of them. Hopefully that's all of them. I think there might be one more. All right, Molly, enjoy the walk. Not going to miss a whole lot here for the next few minutes. Looks like everybody is trying to get out to the runway, though. If you guys are following along on a flight radar, everybody trying to get out to, and I mean everybody. We've got a ton of Deltas here on the ground, buzzing around like bees, getting ready to leave. Now some of these departures will depart on the other side, so we won't capture all of these departures here, but Aeromexico is up on flight radar. They're getting ready to head back to Mexico City. They flew in a MAX 9 earlier this afternoon. Aeromexico pushing back and getting ready for their departure. Let's zoom out here, see what we got coming in as far as arrivals go. We got an exec jet coming in from Charleston, Air Sprint. That tap to Lisbon, estimated time 6 hours and 46 minutes of flight time. Looks like one of our next arrival is going to be Alaska 406 from Seattle. That's another 13 minutes away. So again, like I said, hashtag hub life. They come in big waves, they leave in big waves. So we're in between their big waves here. Again, we'll have a big international push a little later on this evening, probably starting around 6 o'clock. Well, I'll tell you here. Where's our next big international? Our next one is going to be that United from Lisbon here in about an hour and 2 minutes. So around 6:30, 7 o'clock, we're going to have a whole lot of European international arrivals here. A lot of different airlines, including Air France, TAP coming from Africa, Royal Air Maroc, Turkish, Lufthansa, and British Airways, just to name a few. SAS Scandinavian. It might be our last arrival tonight. 2 hours and 50 minutes for Scandinavian. But again, hopefully you guys are enjoying today's show. Again, we do have one more big push coming. We've got a lot coming from the west as well. We've got another Dreamliner from SFO. That one arriving in just 41 minutes. We still have ITA on the ground here as well, if you guys are interested in ITA. We have Qatar. We also have that 777 Star Alliance livery here to go back over the pond here. JFK is a little out of our price range. I think it's like $50 to go up to the pool for the day. That's way more than what we spent. That would be a very, very, very special show. I think that would be closer to a 20,000 subscriber show. We don't have enough subscribers to be doing all this traveling. It takes a lot of money. Got to put in a lot of effort. Got to have a team of folks to go with me. LAX. See, I couldn't remember LAX and Guam. Man, I forgot about Guam. LAX has so many different airlines and stuff. Hard to remember them all. So again, we just hang out here again, waiting for the next big push. Dude, it's crazy. ETA popping up here. They're A330-200. Getting ready for their pushback from the gate. Alright, Zoe, have a wonderful evening. So, Jay, they used to be a hub for American, I think, back in the day. They're a crew base for Avelo currently. Charlotte is the main hub for American Airlines in the Southeast. Them and Miami. Charlotte's busier than LAX in passenger volume. So ETA 619, they're getting ready to head back to Rome here as soon as they push back. We've got a United, looks like a 737 headed out of the middle there. This one's getting ready to head to Boston. That's going to be United at 688, a 737 MAX 9. Although it is good that we get these little breaks, or big breaks, however you want to look at it. It gives me some time to sit down and rest myself. I should be grabbing a bite to eat too, but I haven't. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it is a very hot afternoon here in DC. Boston is another one of those airports that we would like to go to eventually. Again, we need to be a bigger channel before we travel. We don't make enough money on the shows to do a whole lot of major traveling. But again, like I said, you guys can expect some changes here in the near future, hopefully. Working on some personal things that will affect the show here over the course of the next couple of months. So, once we get those personal things straightened out, again, we'll be able to make some big changes to the show. Hopefully, we'll be able to attract in some more viewers and be able to do some more things. We're gonna invest heavily into this show so we can be bigger. Thank you, Everett. Everett with a $20 super chat. I appreciate that, Everett. Thank you guys so much. And you guys have no idea how much that does help. Having all of you guys here watching and smashing the like button really helps. Speaking of which, I want to let's see. We've only gained 10 new friends today. Like I said, I figured today's show would have attracted more folks to it. Doesn't appear that way so far. Again, tomorrow we'll be here again. And of course, it is Saturday. If you guys are familiar with the show and are here all the time, you guys know that Saturdays for this particular show is never, Saturdays are never usually any good. And it doesn't matter where we are. We go to Charlotte, we go here, we go, RDU. Saturdays are just never a good day. It's hard to do specials too because everybody's expecting me to be on Wednesdays and Sundays, not Fridays and Saturdays. So last night was a very good show. We had a very awesome time doing our 4th of July special. Like I said, it takes views, it takes everybody to come together and enjoy the shows in order for us to be able to go places. I have to say the last 2 weeks of the shows, though, have been fantastic. We've gained nearly 100 new subscribers each episode for the last 2 weekends, the last 2 Sundays. So if we can keep on that trend, we'll grow faster than we think. So that's United headed off to Boston. ETA has still yet to push back. They are on radar though. We are still waiting on ETA to get a move on. About to have an E175 depart here. We're headed to unavailable. That's Mesa Airlines. Getting out of here as well. We're waiting on all these heavies. There goes our E175. No info available at the moment. Again, I don't know if I told you guys. I told you guys last night. I watched another live streamer. He does a different niche. He does Disney. However, he was breaking down like all of the ways that YouTube allows you to make money, right? So you get so much per 1,000 views. Whether that's $1 or it could be all the way up to $50 per 1,000. I need to look and see what our thing per 1,000 is. That United Express ERJ 145XR headed to Windsor Locks. You guys saw that one a moment ago. We've got a Southern here. Cessna Grand Caravan EX. This one's headed to Williamsport. Southern Airways Express. About to have a Dreamliner pop out here. This one getting ready to head. This Dreamliner headed to Athens. So it looks like we're getting a line of departures over on the other side here. Aeromexico is going to go 19 left for departure. So we just gotta sit here and be patient. Yeah, I would absolutely enjoy doing YouTube full time, but at the same time, you know, it is a lot of hard work. So we were looking into different ways to bring you guys the show as far as the internet and stuff goes, and it's gonna take us some time here. We're gonna try and do some things. Like I said, we're gonna do some things here before too long, hopefully. We've got United 321 headed to Venice. That's gonna be a 767-300. Don't know that we'll see that one pop out there. That one gonna be all the way down at the farthest end. Again, Aeromexico going 19 left. Hopefully ITA will push back here soon. It looks like there's a United 757 blocking their progress. Yeah, Jay, that was one thing that I really wanted to take pride in, was having a very friendly crew. All of our moderators, making sure all of our moderators are nice and friendly to each and every one of you. Trying to make sure they say hello and make you feel welcome. I try to speak to each and every one of you if possible. I try not to ignore you guys. Sometimes that is hard. I have had viewers get mad because I didn't read their messages, but at that same time, they didn't understand, you know. I'm only one person, and I'm out here filming the planes. That's why I always tell you guys, if I'm a certain way, facing away from the camera, and I can't, or away from the computer monitor, I can't always read your messages right away. So if I miss one that is important to you, then make sure you rewrite your message, especially if you know that I'm busy. I try 100% to not ignore you guys. So that is United. That's another. That one's headed to Nice. United 242. Another 767-300. Again, that one headed over to Nice. We've got Avianca popped up on flight radar. Aer Lingus up on flight radar. Alaska as well. I was hoping for some departures here on center, but again, we'll have to wait and see. You can see Aer Lingus starting their pushback. Thank you, Brigitte Klaus, so much. Brigitte Klaus, a huge supporter and friend of the channel as well. So thank you, Brigitte. Brigitte is always watching our show. Even if she can't understand what we're saying, Brigitte is always here. She can't always understand what your host is on about, but she is always here. Wonderful viewer, Miss Brigitte. Speaking of Alaska Airlines, here we go, finally. This one coming in from Seattle. And see, so there's a difference, right? When you get, 1,000 people, 2,000 people in your chat, it is hard to talk to everybody, right? But as long as you have moderators who are willing to speak to everyone and make everyone feel welcome, that's what I try to do. So, like I said, if I miss anybody's messages, hopefully one of my moderators can either answer a question for you, or they can remind me in the chat that someone was trying to speak to me. And hopefully they speak to each and every one of you guys. I've got wonderful moderators here, and as we get bigger, we're going to need more moderators, right? So my team is always vetting and looking for other mods, right? So if you're here and you're present and you're friendly to everybody, you're talking, there's a good chance that when I start looking for moderators, there's a really good chance that you will be on that list. We've done it before. I've had Brian Lloyd and Molly both, being that they're the two that are here the most and watching the show. I've had them do this before. Make a list of moderators. We've had to get rid of some moderators, right? We've had some come in and be rude. We've had some come in and talk about other shows that are a little too close to home. Shows that we weren't too particularly fond of. Here goes our 7.6 back to Nice. So again, like I said, me and my team are always watching for who's friendly, who's nice. There might be one day we call on you to be a moderator if you're up to it. And it's like I tell Molly, there's no need to be here every show. If you've got stuff to do, you've got stuff to do. This is not a job. As long as I've got enough moderators to cover what we're doing, we're good. I haven't seen too many of our moderators. Now, we do have several moderators that do watch in the background here. Miss Carolina being one of which, she's always here. She's always watching in the background. She'll pop in and out. Again, Miss Carolina, again, she's busy with the kids. She's generally texting and messaging me in the background. She's not always in the chat. So again, I try to keep the best people around me. And if you want a, hey, Brussels, we caught Brussels getting here right when we started the show at 1:30. We did start early. Ita still has yet to push back. Avianca's pushed. Aer Lingus here, as you can see, sitting there at the end of that taxiway waiting to get out of here. Oh, that wasn't our one to Nice. Which one was that? So the one that just departed, that's headed to Venice. This one right here, that's out at the runway, getting a move on it. This is the one headed to Nice. They got a lot of 767s. We got to start watching for arrivals too. We got that Dreamliner from SFO coming in here shortly. Hopefully we don't miss it. As a matter of fact, as soon as this one gets out of here, we're gonna look for our Dreamliner here. Let's go back over to Aer Lingus. Oops, as I bump the camera with my face. Got another, we've got a Dreamliner on the way out. This one headed to Athens. There's our Dreamliner from SFO. Another 30 minutes for that one. Our next big one is going to be that Dreamliner to, like I said, headed to Greece, over to Athens. So hopefully tomorrow we'll have some new emojis up for you. The internet's a little too slow. I don't want to mess up the show here. Trying to put up new emojis right now. Maybe toward the end of the show. As you saw, Scott sending us some new emotes. So we'll have to get those incorporated into the show for tomorrow. Again, tomorrow's show we're probably going to start around the same time, 1 o'clock. Probably going to end around 6 p.m. though. Because we've all got to get home and get back to the daily grind on Monday. Sadly, I could stay here and hang out here for an eternity, to be honest. I do love Dulles. Even during these slow moments, you know. There's our Dreamliner off to Athens. That shot is going to get worse and worse as the evening goes on. Hopefully we'll be here for the sunset this evening as well. Don't know what room we have, but we do have a room over at the Hyatt. An upper level room, hopefully facing the airport for our stay. We wanted to make it over there in enough time to go swimming, but I don't think that's going to happen tonight, because I personally, tonight's the only night we have to get the A380s. So we're going to try to stick around for that. Depends on viewer count. If there's nobody here to watch the A380s, I'm gonna go enjoy the pool with the boy, with my youngest, and Miss Carolina. So Austrian headed out. Here comes Brussels in their A330-300. Brussels with the polka dots. Still have that 777 here with the special livery, and of course Qatar, their special livery as well. But Brussels, Austrian, ETA still has not pushed back. They are on flight radar, but still no movement yet for ETA. Got Austrian, and we've got a United being towed once again. Somalia, I really enjoyed the Lufthansa 747 so far, but I think my favorites are still yet to come between the two A380s to arrive later this evening. So we do have those two A380s. Got United from Lisbon here in 20 minutes. Here goes Brussels. Looks like they're towing a 767. Or is that the 777? Looks like a 76. They're towing around here to another gate. Yeah, there they go. Turning that 76. Definitely think I'm gonna have to add that to my arsenal. That's not bad. Yeah. Well, there's tons of them online. There goes Aer Lingus with another 767 there, getting ready to head out for their departure. There's Aer Lingus, headed back to Dublin. We've had an arrival here on center. Little Frontier arrival action. So you're gonna line up down there. Can see that United 767 down there waiting. Has ETA finally gotten to move on? There's a whole line of planes waiting for departure. Looks like Austrian's going to be our next one, headed to Vienna. It's going to be followed by Brussels. At least that's how it looks so far on flight radar. Austrian. Frontier finally making their way to the gate. The little people mover. Well, I shouldn't say little. Those things are huge. If you've ever seen one of those people movers up close, you know what I'm talking about. Absolutely massive. Brussels up next. Brussels departing in that A330-300. Polka dots and all, headed back to, well, Brussels. Nice cool breeze blowing through here. Thank goodness. Thank you, Molly. 177 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Hopefully we make it to 250 today. If not, we'll always try tomorrow. We are here again for one more day. Again, we'll catch all of the heavy arrivals tomorrow, and then we'll probably end the show with this big, long wait here tomorrow afternoon. I think these crows have followed me from RDU up here. So you see the CRJ, ERJ, whatever that is. Our next departure is going to be a 767-300. It's going to be United at 748. They're headed back to Geneva. That's going to be followed by United 989 headed to Frankfurt. 777-300ER. Alright, next up is going to be that 777-300ER to Frankfurt for United Airlines. Then it looks like a lot of little planes, and they're just behind them. We'll give flight radar another look here. We do have that Dreamliner and that other 777 arriving here shortly. Did ITA finally get a move on? ITA is finally on the move here. Their A330. There she is, that beautiful ITA Airways. And that 777-300ER right there behind them. Headed off to Germany. I want to go back to ITA. Not often you see ITA. There's Virgin Atlantic as well, getting ready to head back to London Heathrow. Should have British Airways ready to go as well here before too long. Ah, Virgin. Are you gonna do something cool for us? Or are you just looping around and going to the other side? I was hoping Virgin would take off center right here, but I don't know that they will. Probably going to loop around and go over to the other side for their departure if I had to make a wager. So we'll find out here in a second. If they make that right-hand turn, we know they're going to the other side. If they don't, they're leaving right here in front of us. Got a little surprise here. What's our lady's name on board Virgin Atlantic? I can't read it. The sun is right in my eyes. I can't see it. So this is going to make our decisions very, very, very difficult here. I'm going to have to keep an eye on ITA. ITA getting close to the end. How many do they have in front of them? Looks like they've got 2 departures in front of them. But Virgin Atlantic going to put on the best show, it looks like. Going to leave right here in our face. Wish they would all do this. Leave right here in front of us. Center. And sorry, Miss Carolina, I don't know why I didn't think to give you that other Wi-Fi a minute ago. or way earlier. I don't know why you didn't take it. Why neither one of us thought about it. Miss Carolina hanging out in the car over there behind us, trying to stay out of the sun. Unlike me, who's been out here in the sun already for most of the afternoon. It's a wonder I don't die from heat stroke. Here we go, KLM. See, I told you guys all of the European heavies are gonna leave around the same time. So lots and lots of fun here. That KLM A330. This one had to do a go around earlier. They missed their first attempt. Come this way, KLM this way. No, not that way. You're going the wrong way. KLM, disappointment. Dang it. So KLM is going to go over to 31. I really wish they would all depart center. We've only had the exec jets depart here in center. All right, we've got to make a quick battery change, guys. Hold on. To Rome. Whoops. Sorry, I looked away. I was looking at Virgin Atlantic here. Still have that British Airways 777. Don't know that British Airways 777 will leave until right before the British A380 arrival. So Virgin waiting for this arrival here. Who is this? It's Breeze coming in from Ottensburg. Got a Dreamliner out there. Heading out for departure. So we got a lot of different things here to keep our eyes on. Looking for KLM as well as our Virgin Atlantic. Again, I wish they would all come down here and depart. It'd be fantastic in my opinion. Blue streak. Yeah, that's what a lot of people said. So I went ahead and changed the title for today's show. We went out of town this weekend. I don't know if I didn't advertise it well enough or what, but I'll be here again tomorrow. as well. Gonna spend our 4th of July weekend here. Ooh. There's our Dreamliner from SFO. Got another 767-300 following that Dreamliner in. This one coming in from Lisbon, Portugal. So the 767 going to be our next arrival. We've got our next big rush going to happen here within the next hour or so. They'll start making their way in. We're going to end the night with SAS. We do have those 2 A380 arrivals this evening. Hey, we got a Birdbeak 767. Looks like we got an American on final, an A321 from Dallas. This will be the first American we've seen all day. I don't think we've seen any American Airlines yet today. All right, let's see who all is up on Flight Radar now. British Airways and their 777-300ER. And a whole lot of United. KLM number 2 for departure. So we're waiting on KLM down here at the other end. We're going to skip out on American, of course. Seen a lot of American at RDU. Trying to focus on all the things we don't see every day. Made ourselves a unique opportunity to come up here and do Dulles. That's what we want to do. A321 touching down. So the CRJ you see there leaving in the background, that's leaving out before KLM. We do have one more arrival, it looks like, here on center before Virgin Atlantic can decide to get out of here. It looks like Southwest coming in from Phoenix, Southwest 1961. This will be the second Southwest I think we've seen today. There goes our 76. Iceland from Reykjavik a little later on this evening. All right, KLM up and ready to go at A330. Headed back to Amsterdam, I believe. Southwest coming in hot from Phoenix. As KLM gets out of here. Virgin Atlantic up next. Here we go. Quite the surprise here. This A330. Roll on out of here. Thank you for the help. John V, good evening. Alright, so we've only done one departure over here. That was a little exec jet. Let's hope we can do a wonderful job here with Virgin Atlantic back to London. Again, we do have the British Airways 777. They are lit up on flight radar. They have yet to move. So Virgin Atlantic is going to be VIR 22Q. Again, they're headed back to London. This A330-300. They're off. Bye-bye, Virgin. Back to London. Nice hard right bank. An excellent shot of Virgin Atlantic. So long, Virgin. Here's our Southwest that landed a little while ago. Let's have another peek and see at flight radar. We've got an A220 around here somewhere. There's British Airways in that 777 at 300 finally making their way out. So British Airways at 777-300. No worries, Jay. Thank you for posting those in there. Again, when I'm facing this way and the camera's facing the terminal, it's hard. I have to step around and check on the chat. I can't just look down at it when we're looking the other way. We've got United to Brussels. We've got United to Paris. We've got United to Madrid, all pushing back right now. We've got a 787 Dreamliner headed off to Munich. Because our 787-8 Dreamliner. British Airways 777 sitting down there and waiting. Man, we need more departures like Virgin Atlantic. That was absolutely phenomenal. We have that 747-8 to leave here at some point this evening. Again, I think that one's going to leave right before the A380 comes in. So we've got Royal Air Morocco and Ethiopian flying together. They're going to come in from the south and then fly back around. So our next big international rush has reached the United States. We've got another Aer Lingus from Dublin. We saw Aer Lingus leave a little while ago. Turkish Airlines. Our first A380 is now just an hour and 36 minutes away. So yeah, tons and tons of planes. Where's our Star Alliance livery? I think our Star Alliance 777 left on the other side over there. We've got a Delta getting ready to depart over here in just a minute, but we're waiting for that British Airways 777. Getting ready to head back to London Heathrow. 777-300ER. So Jay, those are the buses that take people back and forth from the terminals. Those things are absolutely huge. If you ever get to see one up close, they are massive. You can also look up the Washington Dulles people mover, people transporters. It's actually a fascinating story on those amazing machines. They're the only one of their kind in the United States. Washington Dulles, again, the only one that uses those. So they go back and forth between the terminals here. So British Airways number 2 after the Delta departure. There goes our Delta. Alright, 777 about to line up here. She goes. Got another United. We've got 2 more smaller ones here for departure before we have our 777-300 from United headed to Brussels. About to have one pop out here from the alleyway. That one right there. That's headed to Paris. That's a 777-200 ER. Alright, so we'll see you later. Again, we'll be here for another hour and a half or so. I'm going to try to leave. Or not an hour and a half, another 2. Going to catch these A380s. Alright, United to Brussels, another 777-300, getting ready to line up. After our 2 smaller Uniteds departing there. So this is the one headed back to Paris. We still have the Air France 777 as well. We're going to have an A350 from Air France here in a little while. All before we end the show. There goes our massive 777-300. let's check on some of our heavy arrivals. We've got United 2667 coming in from LA, 737 at 900. Got another Alaska coming in from San Diego, another 737 at 900. All right, so the second half of our European rush is going to start with Aer Lingus here in just about 18 minutes, excuse me. It's going to be an A321. Thank you, Brigadier Klaus. Have a wonderful evening. I know getting late for my European viewers. So thank you for watching today's show, Brigadier. And thank you for this support, as always. Hey, Miss Carolina, I know you're watching the show. What time does the restaurant close tonight? I'm sure it's not until late. Gonna eat some wings at the hotel. The hotel here has some of the best wings I think I've ever had. I want to make sure that we get back to the hotel in time to have wings. Again, our planned two finishers are going to be the two A380s. We're not going to stay any later than that. We do still have the Queen ready here for departure a little later. I have a feeling she'll depart right before the A380 arrival. So you won't want to miss that. Goes our metro. That's kind of what I expected. Got a lot of big things happening over here. Another 767 departure. Looks like. Guess Miss Carolina didn't hear me. Or she could still be working on it. Trying to figure out what time the restaurant closes here at our hotel. I want to make sure I get some of those wings. A little Frontier action here. Alright, so as soon as those A380s are out of here, I am done. I'm not missing out on food from our hotel, which chances are we might, because of the fact you gotta drive 15 miles to go across the street around here. Literally see our hotel from here, but we gotta drive forever around to get there. So the bar has them. Hopefully the bar has other things too. Alright, so Frontier in. Let's check and see what we got next here. Alaska Airlines getting ready to touch down right here next to us. We have those two. That 787 Dreamliner United 992, that's headed to Barcelona. This Dreamliner right here. Goes our Dreamliner to Barcelona. Next departure is going to be a 767 at 400, headed to Madrid, United at 260. Time is it? 6:36. I'm just debating on something else, Miss Carolina. Debating on whether or not these A380s are going to be worth staying for. In general, wondering if we should just pack up and head over to the hotel and hit the pool. Here goes our 767 over to Madrid. So Alaska's gone in there. Got Air France on flight radar. They're 777-300 ER, getting ready to head it back to Charles de Gaulle there in Paris. Yeah. So Ron, the reason I was looking at debating that is because I was looking at the numbers a moment ago, and that's why I was kind of debating on skipping out on the A380s. So our Star Alliance liveries headed back to London as United at 9:18. Finally, that Star Alliance livery coming around. Should be popping out here any minute. So I want to thank you guys who have been with me all day. Thank you guys for watching the show and enjoying our special weekend here in Dulles. Got it. Again, Air France has pushed back that 777-300. They're unhooking that one now, it looks like. We've got Aer Lingus set up for final here. Don't know if they're going to go center or left. The next one from Europe's going to be from Rome. It's going to be a United 767-300ER, followed by Iceland from Reykjavik in 15 minutes. And then we've got United Air France Turkish United again. Royal Air Maroc and Ethiopian to the south. Those two arriving in 24 and 26 minutes. Ethiopian is the Star Alliance livery. So we'll have one more Star Alliance today. Our Lufthansa A380 is an hour away. 1 hour and 2 minutes. So 7:42. Yeah, it's not. It's hot here, Ron. I've been out here in the sun all day for the most part of the day. Family's been hanging out in the car. Miss Ramona's been chilling in the shade here as well. We did do the Air and Space Museum this morning, so that was a wonderful time. Yeah. Is that coming? Was that? I can't tell here whether they're coming center or they're coming the other side. Again, Aer Lingus on final here. Looks like they're going to go left. Yeah, they're right there. So Aer Lingus going to go left. We have the Air France. Hopefully that's coming this way. Looks like they pulled Air France right back into the gate. So Air France came out and they went right back to the gate. I think. It looks like it. Yeah, they did. See, they came out and they went right back in. Richard, good evening. Dang, I'm a little disappointed there about Air France and that 777. I'm going to stay for Air Maroc, of course, and Ethiopian, that special. Those two still 23 minutes away. 20 and 23 minutes. Royal Air Maroc is going to be on a 787-8 Dreamliner. Ethiopians as well as 787 Dreamliner. That again, that's going to be the Star Alliance livery. So Aer Lingus coming in left. Our second Aer Lingus arrival of the day. Definitely am learning and understanding some things here with the show. So there's Aer Lingus, our second one from Dublin today. This UPS still. They came out and fired up the APU and then went away with it. I don't know what. They didn't really do anything with it. Just fired up the APU and rolled out of here, it looks like. At the moment, no. I think I got flight radar covered here. We've got Saudi headed back to Jeddah, pushing back. And they're 777-300. Hopefully they don't disappoint us like Lufthansa and Air France have so many times this afternoon. So they're pushing back, getting ready to head back to Jeddah. And that one is a special livery as well. So mini special livery today. Got a United coming in from Salt Lake City. United 215. This is a 737 touching down here center. A little double smoky action there. Yeah, we'll be here till tomorrow. We're gonna try and put on a show. We'll see how it goes. We are gonna leave early. We may leave even earlier than we did, than I anticipate tomorrow, depending on how the show goes. We'll come out. We'll get the heavies all the way up to the 747 Lufthansa, and then probably after that we'll head home. After that, if we decide to even do a show tomorrow, I'll know more after we end tonight. I need to see some numbers. I need to see what's happening here. But sit down and do some math. tonight before I can make a decision here. Alaska Airlines on the move. So we'll be coming back tomorrow evening. Be back at RDU at our normal day and time on Wednesday, hopefully. As long as we don't have to battle too much heat next week. Got United from MCO landing over here on the left. We decide to stay for those 777 or those A380s. This is going to be one heck of a shot. Oops. Definitely won't do that for the A380s. Seven, 6, 7. Are they moving this 767 to another gate, or will they pull it past us down to the hangar? Nope. Gonna turn it in and go to another gate. Is it? Yeah, 767. So Alaska Airlines rolling out of here. Yeah, probably so, Lynn. That, and of course it isn't our normal day. There is that Saudi special livery pulling out now. Man, what a beautiful livery. We saw this one land earlier. This is that Formula E livery. Outstanding looking livery there on that Dreamliner. I like the look of that. Got a 767 landing from Rome behind us, but I believe the Formula E livery needs all of our attention. What an outstanding livery. Aer Lingus rolling to the gate. Over there, just to the left. It's been a great weekend, or a great day for special liveries today for sure. So good to see Saudi. I like Saudi's original livery anyway. I think that's one of the best looking liveries. Just my opinion. Royal Air Morocco, 10 minutes away. They're coming in from Casablanca. They're in a Dreamliner. Looks like Iceland's gonna land to the right. Possibly, there's a possibility that it might come center. I'll know here in just a sec. We do see Iceland quite a bit there at RDU. So this one also coming in from Reykjavik. Looks like it might be on the path to come center here. Honestly don't know, I can't tell. It is. So Iceland are gonna land at center here for us. Nice and up and close. Alaska Airlines getting a move on out of here. So Alaska, one of our favorites. That one departing. Can we see Iceland yet? In Iceland from Reykjavik. Not yet. So we'll catch Iceland here in just a minute. Got another big movement over here. Looks like a Dreamliner. So Iceland's starting to get closer. Haven't seen our Star Alliance 777 yet. As a matter of fact, I don't know where it went. It may have left on the left. Alright, so Saudi back to Jeddah. Going to be our next departure here. That 777-300ER. As we check out that Dreamliner being towed to their gate. Beautiful looking United Dreamliner. Now, if you're just joining us, Saudi is a special livery today, that Formula E livery. We never did see Qatar leave either. I think they left over there as well. I don't know. Qatar was in the One World livery. Ethiopian coming in the Star Alliance, and there's Dreamliner. Absolutely stunning special livery there. Sorry, Iceland, we see you all the time at RDU. I'll give you a little love. That 777-300, absolutely stunning. So Iceland looking at minty fresh. So we got to Air France, that A350, 12 minutes. Turkish in their 777-300, 14 minutes. Royal Air Morocco and Ethiopian, 3 and 5 minutes away, 8 minutes away. So still some action to be had here. Thank you guys for trying to get us to 250 likes. Again, thank you guys for the support and hanging out with us most of the day. Lufthansa from Munich is just now 45 minutes away. Let's go over here and check out some FedEx tail here. While I check, let's check and see where our British A380 is. We do still have the Queen. British is still 1 hour and 6 minutes away. Looks like Scandinavian and their A350 coming from Copenhagen is going to beat them here. Air France popping up on flight radar once again, that 777-300. They got to get out of here before the A350 so they can have that gate. Royal Air Morocco is just behind, what you call it over there, just to the east of the airport. Arriving now in 2 minutes. That Dreamliner, again, they're coming from Casablanca. Eric. Yeah, I didn't know that. We were out there, we did, you know, the 4th of July thing, and gave you guys that show last night. Frontier getting ready for departure. Air France is pushing back once again. Be excited to see the 777-300ER. The long strip of dirt. Yeah, exactly. That is the new runway, or will be the new runway. Where? Oh, there's Royal Air Maroc making their left bank, coming around at 419 left. They will be followed by Ethiopian, that Star Alliance livery. So Ethiopian, let's see, where are they at? They're still out there. We do have a 767 coming in from Paris. This one is United at 331. That's got to be crazy. They're at 4,300 feet. Royal Air Maroc is at 1,800 feet. So you got to wonder if they can see each other. If you're following along on flight radar, there is quite a bit of difference in their height or altitude. And I wonder if United's like, oh, I see them. They're turning short on final right there. That's really, really short. I think that 767 is going to come center. I don't know. I don't think so. I think there's enough distance between them. There's a possibility. I can't see the 767, but it looks like it's going to follow the Dreamliner. Yeah, it's always cool when you can, you know, go to your streamer's location and be like, wow, this is what it really looks like up here. It's awesome. Yeah, we're about to have our last European push here of the day. All these heavies. Oops. Sorry guys. There's a little bit of a slope here on the thing and I fall down it every time I step off of it. Thank you, Molly. 207 likes. Been on the air 5 hours so far this afternoon. About 5.5. Nice looking Dreamliner here. Dang, all these vehicles in the way. So that 767 is coming in this way. Our A350, however, Air France is coming in on center. So these two racing from Paris this afternoon. United at 331, 767 at 400, and then that A350 at 900. Do we have still no 777-300 from Air France? Here's our United. You got Air France over here. So United, looks like we're gonna have Paris and Turkish. I have Air France and Turkish on that center. There's the 777 at 300 ER for Air France. That one rolling out of here. Turkish and Air France. Lovely shot of the 777-300 ER. On deck though, we've got that A350. Ethiopian going around the other side here. So they made a weird across. They're over here. They were following Royal Air Maroc and they come up and made a left and then a right hand turn there. So those two, that one I would assume is going to come in center as well. It is a special livery. It is the Star Alliance for Ethiopian. So that'll be good to catch that Dreamliner up close here. Again, waiting for Air France as we check out the 300 here. Yeah, a lot of you guys were asking about A380s and stuff, so I decided to take the show on the road. Give you guys some 747s with Lufthansa. Speaking of which, that 747 will be leaving here just before the Lufthansa A380 arrival. That A380 arrival now less than 30 minutes away, I believe. So here we go. We've got the Air France A350 gonna touch down right here in front of us on center. This one's gonna be followed by Turkish. That was so weird. Our service dropped all the way to 0 and came right back. I don't know what happened. It happens. I noticed it last year or the year before when we were up here doing shows. Certain planes just really mess with the signal here. I don't know why. I would love to see the A380 over here, but I think the A380 will go left, which in all reality will look better for the arrival shot, in my opinion, because we're battling the sun now. The sun is against us looking this way, so this shot's not very good in my opinion. So we got our Turkish 777 up next as we catch the last of the A350. Looks like we might have a minute or two left here. Look at that beautiful golden hour shot of Air France. How fantastic is that? She makes that turnaround. Let's see what Turkish does here. Turkish in this 777 at 300 ER. you make that beautiful turn. Speaking of 777-300s, gonna have a little double shot here. That Air France 777 departing there in the background. As we look at Turkish 777-300 for the second time in a month, we saw a Turkish at RDU last month. Our 777 off to Paris. We have a United 777-200 coming in from London Heathrow on left. Coming in center, though, is going to be our Ethiopian from Lull. Do it, do it, do it. Thank you, Turkish. Delta CRJ touching down the center here. That 777-200 coming in behind us. We're going to stick with Turkish, though, as we wait for the Ethiopian Dreamliner. Turkish going to give us a wonderful shot as they make that turn. Star Alliance livery on deck. Ethiopian Dreamliner 787-8, smallest of the Dreamliners. Alright, our Lufthansa A380 is just 20 minutes away That means our Lufthansa 747-8 should be getting ready for pushback. So Ethiopian in, we do have a TAP Air Portugal as well, arriving here in just a minute. Let's see, who all do we have? So Lufthansa, that 747-8 up on flight radar, and then we have that Lufthansa A380. I think we're going to end with the Lufthansa A380. I don't think we're going to wait for British Airways tonight. I think we will call it with the Lufty. So we got about 20 minutes left in the show here, because let's see. Well, I don't know. It's another 22 minutes behind the other one. So we're looking at British Airways 42 minutes away in their A380. Looks like I gotta wait on Turkish to pull in next to them, as well as Ethiopian. Both of those going down the same taxiway there behind the Dash 8 747. So we got a queen and a king of the skies coming up. You guys don't want to miss it. Hopefully all continues to go well. We still have a full battery running right here in front of us. I did, Anthony. He also knew I was coming today too, so I did get in contact with Mark. This is more of his home turf here in IAD. So that queen pushing back now. We're watching her on a flight radar. Getting ready for that Munich A380, 15 minutes away. We're going to end with that one. I don't see much point in staying for British Airways. Just a little update here. We gained 30 new friends today, so that's exciting. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Funny watching our planes on flight radar here because they do like circles, little circles in place. They're not even. So we got Avianca coming in from San Salvador here. That's an A320. I don't know what was in that, but oof. It was watermelon, whatever it was. Hit me the wrong way there. Dude, if you're following the 747, it's dancing all over the place. You see what I mean? It's pointed north, it's pointed south, it's pointed east, it's pointed west. It has no idea where it's going. Alright, let's go to Avianca from San Salvador. So this is what we're going to get from that Lufthansa A380. This is going to be that shot. It's going to look absolutely stunning in the golden hour. Our 747 looks like it's on drugs. Like, seriously. Now it's in the terminal, the opposite side. Alright, this departure is a 787 Dreamliner headed to Accra, ACCRA. 787-8 Dreamliner. UPS tail looking up pretty here. I can't get over how funny that 747 looks. Definitely wouldn't be an episode of this show without what I'm about to show you. Everywhere we go. We got the ambulances. I was wondering how long it would be before we got the emergency vehicles here. So that ambulance moving quickly. Thank you, Molly, for the update. The Lufthansa coming in just 18 minutes. 11 minutes, excuse me. So that ambulance going all the way down. We've got Delta coming in from Atlanta, A319. I'm going to be a little late getting that. So we'll hang here for a minute. Again, we're still waiting on that 747-8 as it does a little jig over there, I guess. Finally, it's quit spinning around. Alright, so let's see. We've got a 7-something. Hold on. We've got a 777-200 coming in from Frankfurt. This one's going to be United at 9:33. TAP Air Portugal is going to land center over here. It looks like a good possibility here. Lufthansa, well, we'll see. Would I like to see Lufthansa land center? Absolutely. Do I want to see it land right or left? Meh. The lighting is perfect for left, but I would love to have the A380 right in front of us. We'll have to see. Miss Carolina gifting 1 at membership. Thank you, Miss Carolina. That's 11 gifted memberships today. Again, you guys are just in time for the Lufthansa 747-8, the Queen, as well as the A380. That A380 now 8 minutes away. TAP Air Portugal 7 minutes away. And again, that 777-200 coming in from Frankfurt on deck for left. Now, if that 747 Lufthansa pulls out, we are definitely gonna change gears from that 777-200. So I'm gonna be looking over my shoulder here as we await that Queen. Again, this 777-200 from Frankfurt, United Airlines. Sorry about that. Looking over my shoulder, just trying to hold it steady. Looking to make sure we're not going to miss out on that Queen. And like Miss Carolina said, if you haven't hit the like button, please do so. I'm trying to make it to 250 likes. Seems like a big struggle today. Thank you, you guys. 216 likes. Still no movement out of our queen. All right, let's see. Hey, Lufty. It's going over here. There's our queen. There is the queen. All right, we're gonna hang with our queen here for a minute. TAP Air Portugal, gonna be our next arrival here on center. TAP coming in from Lisbon. It's going to be another XLR, the Neo XLR, the A321. 200. So it looks like we're going to get the king up close as well. Looks like the king up following. TAP Air Portugal. Hopefully we have the opportunity to catch both the departure of this one and the arrival. Given the opportunity, I will give up the queen though, since we did see an Atlas 747 yesterday. I think I'd much rather see the A380 arrival and follow that one to the gate. So the A380 is going to be our last plane of the show. That plane is on final number 2 for 19 center. I'm going to go to my hotel, enjoy some wings, try to get a little bit of work done here with the show for tomorrow. Got to sit down and do some math. And debate. And contemplate. Let's see. So be on the lookout for a show tomorrow. Here we'll probably start around the same time, 1 p.m. We'll only go till about 5 tomorrow because we've got to get home, travel back. I want to be here just for the European heavy rush tomorrow afternoon. So we'll finish off our wonderful weekend here in DC here tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening around 5 p.m. I think. Just so we get home in enough time to make sure we get everything done. I hate going home and getting home at midnight and getting up at 5 a.m. and going to work the next day. It's just not fun. Not fun at all. Alright, so we know the A380 is on final for center. Come on, Lufthansa, give us a nice turn and burn. Get out of here. So that's going to be Lufthansa 419 headed back to Frankfurt. Hopefully, like I said, they will give us a nice turn and burn and get out of here. TAP Air Portugal getting ever closer. Come on, Lufty. Move it. So I also want to get TAP. But we did see TAP earlier in the day. We did see a lot of this 747 as well, as it sat over in the penalty box, waiting for a gate earlier this afternoon. Yeah, Lynn, we gained about 30 new subscribers today. Lufthansa is going to line up and wait. I don't have eyes on the A380, but let's go to TAP Air Portugal here, coming in from Lisbon. This A321 and Neo XLR. Yeah, about 3.5 hours, depending on how many stops we make. I think we stopped twice on the way up here this morning. Going home is always the hard part for me. Going away from home is easy. Coming home is the hard part. All right, TAP Air Portugal in. The Queen of the Skies. Up and out of here. What a way to end the show. The Lufthansa Queen and then the Lufthansa King on final right now. So the Queen off to Frankfurt. Still got a little time. The King is still a ways out. Can't see for the stupid pole right in the way. Absolutely epic. An epic way to end today's show. Lufty still a couple of seconds out here. Alright, and I'm going to mute. You guys enjoy Lufty. Alright, I need to see it for real. Thumbs up, thumbs down, we stay for the British Airways. Now, it won't be as spectacular as this one. I don't believe they'll land center, but what do you guys think? You guys want to stay for the British Airways? Or do we pack it up, go home, and I hit the pool? Absolutely beautiful shot right there. That is the thumbnail of today's show right there. Love the A380. All right, I'm seeing some thumbs up here. Got about 5 votes for the British A380. It's about 10 minutes away. What do you guys think? Should we stay? Now, it probably won't be as spectacular as this. The British A380 will go to the left, I think. But I definitely believe that the Lufthansa back taxi right there, that is going to be our thumbnail of today's show. First time I've ever seen the Lufthansa A380. I've seen Emirates and I've seen British Airways, but I've never seen the Lufthansa A380. Hey, we got Scandinavian, their A350 coming center as well. So that's another good surprise there. That Scandinavian A350, one of the best liveries in my opinion. I absolutely love that Scandinavian livery. So it looks like British Airways is going to go to the left here. Scandinavian again, going to come center. So SAS in that A350 from Copenhagen, 7 hours and 45 minutes. It'll be 7 hours 50 minutes by the time they get here. So we got 10 minutes for our actual last plane of the show. Let's look here. How many did we get today? Looks like we got about 35 new friends here, so thank you guys for subscribing and of course liking the show. 227 likes. We didn't hit 250, sadly, but still an interesting day. I want to do some maths and dissect today. Maybe tomorrow will prove my theory. If we come out here and do a show tomorrow, which we should, it'll prove my theory. I have a theory about Dulles. Gonna do some comparisons and do some maths here. So let's turn to our FedEx tail here as we wait for the A350-900. We didn't see any A350-1000s today, unfortunately. The A350-1000 is definitely one of my favorites. So British Airways will go. Got our OBS, our service cutting in and out here. Again, we'll stick it out here, like I said, 10 more minutes. For one more A380. 10 minutes exactly now. So, should arrive at 8:07. We're gonna break down as quickly as possible. Did you hear what I was saying about how it takes like 20 minutes to get across the street early? Yeah, it's gonna take us for the hotel's right there. You can see it. It's gonna take 20 minutes to get over there.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's right there. Oh my God, it's gonna be crazy.
Because you have to go back out this way, go down the highway, turn and go up and behind all of everything over there to get to that hotel. We stayed there a couple years ago, and it was, yeah. Maybe that's what I should. Well, if I'd have got another night, like if we were staying tomorrow night, I would have just done a show from the hotel room. That would have been dope.
Really cool.
Would have been nice and cool in there. Maybe we should do that next time we come up here. When it's hot like this, just do it from the hotel room. Order room service. I think that sounds like a pretty good idea. Be a good place for a 24-hour show. You could even sleep and get away with it. Just set the camera up to go. I was telling her it'd be cool to do a show from the hotel room next time we come up. You can put this back in there in a second. Little parallel action happening here. Well, you know, I gotta have the data in order to be able to do a 24-hour show. The data that we have barely gets us through the month. But again, once I get some personal things handled, we're gonna make some upgrades and try to improve the show. Try to make some serious inroads and do some serious investing in our show here. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, we'll still be doing this for fun. Here's our A350 SAS Scandinavian. Coming in from Copenhagen. 7 hours and 52 minutes of flight time for this beautiful A350. This is one of my favorite liveries right here. I love the shadowing of their logo on the front. The silver and the blue just pop, in my opinion. Nice and firm there. So Jay Adu, we have a hotel just outside of Dulles tonight. Hopefully we're going to be overlooking the airport. That was what I requested, was a upper room. The Upper Room. If you know, you know the movie I'm talking about. Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence. Anyway. There is our beautiful SAS Scandinavian. Yeah, so RDU is 24 hours, but it's very, very rare that they get flights after a certain time of the night. Ralph knew exactly what I was talking about. Heck yeah. The Upper Room. I love that movie. I haven't seen it in a long time, but that is absolutely one of the best movies. If you guys know anything about Charlie Sheen movies and know The Wraith, the gang leader in The Wraith was in Life as the warden. Little movie history, trivia there. I love that shadow of the SAS logo on the front of this plane. And it looks so perfect on the A350. Got Alaska Airlines coming in from San Francisco. Also got one coming in from Please. Providence, whatever. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Ooh, let me click back on SAS here so I can get a 100% read on. Yeah, the A380 is coming in here behind us. You can see her already. That big old wingspan. She is second in line for this side. Let's turn to Alaska from SFO. Are you ready for the king? Three, two, three. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and swing over to this side as we got our last plane of the show. Hey, you gonna come over here and watch? Huh? Oh. He'd be fine. He'll be fine. So this is our 737. This one kind of cut in line here. Putting our A380 back one. This is United 1614 coming in from Punta Cana. All right, here she is, or here he is, the king of the skies, the last plane of today's show. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Another great evening. 35 new subscribers today, new friends. So thank you guys. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll have reached 250 likes on tonight's episode of the show. Again, the A380 here, the last plane of the show, British Airways. King forehead. I didn't make that joke with Lufthansa, but I will with the British Airways, since it is our last plane of the evening here. Stephanus, thank you so much. Thank you for being here and watching the show. I'm glad you all enjoyed today's show. And there she goes, or he goes, I should say, the king behind the car. Let's go back to our UPS tale. Again, that was our last plane of the show. I'm going to go eat. So we will see you guys tomorrow. I will make up a proper thumbnail tonight at some point and post this show. So if you guys are here, be on the lookout for tomorrow's show, okay? Again, thank you for all of the support. Thank you guys for watching, and thank you for all of the likes. Thank you to Miss Carolina, Miss Ramona for being here, hanging out with me, helping me get this stream going and off the ground. So a huge shout out to those two, as well as all of you. I say good night. I will see you guys back here tomorrow. See ya.